Good morning, good morning, good morning. It's Monday. Mondays. Oh, baby. I swear, my alarm, it goes off at 3 o'clock, and I wake up every morning 1 minute before my alarm goes off. I don't know how I do it, but I wake up, and I'm all like, oh, it's still early. I still got time. I can still sleep for a little bit longer. And then I look at my alarm and it's like literally 2:59. I'm like, oh, why? It's just something about waking up and getting that one extra hour of sleep. When you wake up at like 1 o'clock and you're like, oh, I got 1 more hour to sleep. It's a gift. But when you wake up a minute before your alarm goes off, it's a bit painful. It's like it's not a good feeling. Not a good feeling. All right. You know what time it is. It's time to make some money, baby. Looking here at the chart right now. Let's look at a couple of different things right here. We got obviously the pivot points going wild right now. Freak. There we go. Got this chart right here. If we look at the hourly chart, on the hourly chart right now, we will be kind of pushing up into this downward channel trend going into open here. So going into open, going to be pushing up into this trend that we've been in, this channel now on the NASDAQ since last Tuesday. Last Tuesday, pushing up to the high there at that 13,000 kind of 100 area. And we'll see what happens here at open. Do we sell down, break below 13,000 a day and start moving down to that pivot point here on the hourly chart? Got an hourly pivot down there at the 12,949 area. 12,949 pivot point here on the hourly chart. And going into open, not much of a gap, not much really going on in terms of the overnight gap down or gap up. We're pretty much right where we closed at on Friday. So just looking here at that hourly chart, that idea of being in this downward channel, we're hitting that resistance there at the 13,100 area. Going into open here, and yeah, that's the hourly chart right now. If you look at the 15-minute chart, you can see as well, just a lot of stuff going on here. Pushing up to that resistance there, 13,097. The high on Friday there. The high on Friday was 13,122. So right now the high 13,100 area here. And hitting that resistance there for that downward trend. So something to think about here going into open now. We do have this kind of trend since the overnight, 1:45, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, bouncing off that 13,000 area, 14 being the low, and then all the way up here to the 90s. So, yeah. Well, let's see. Well, up to the 100. Let's see what happens going into open here. We got about 11 minutes, 10 minutes till the market opens. If you guys haven't already hit that like button, help me out. Blow up that like button. Blow up that like button, baby. Let's go. That's the 15-minute chart right now on the NASDAQ. On the 1-minute chart going into open here, we got the V-Wap down there at the 60s. V-Wap at the 60s. And if we look at the pivot points here, we got a 65 pivot point, 147 pivot point, and then 13,008 pivot point down there. So 3 pivot points to think about today. That mid pivot, that middle pivot, that 13,065 area, kind of like a neutral area. We either bounce off this 13,065 area and then push up above the hundreds here, or we start to sell down and head towards that 13,000 area there. So we'll see what happens going into open here. About 9 minutes, just sitting back, being patient, waiting and watching. Right now on the book map here, the NASDAQ with liquidity down there at the 72, 70 area. The ES with liquidity sitting there at the 53s right now. After that, 47 down there. And to the upside right now on the ES, you got that 60 liquidity sitting there. So 160, 4,160 liquidity on the ES right now. And then below that, that 148 area, but 54 is sitting there right now. So the NASDAQ pulling back here into open. The ES pulling back into open. All right, all right. Oof. You already know what time it is. You already know what time it is. Time to make some money. Money, 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 money. Money, 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 money. Steady Futures Capital just past step 2 of the combine. Let's go. All right, all right. I like it. I like it. I like it. People winning, 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 winning. Sage Futures in the house. Roy Jenkins, the OGs, the moderators. They're here to help you get rich. Rich, rich, rich. Everybody just wants to get rich. Oof. Going into open right now, we got this trend kind of getting tight on this little trend here on the 15-minute chart. See if that's going to lead to a breakout here. That 13,100 area is going to be a key level here at open. 13,100 area key level. And then after that, we'll see what happens. But as of right now, bouncing off that 15-minute trend, the market bouncing back off the 73s here on the NASDAQ, pushing back up there. Just a quick look at the ES here. Pivot point, right? Pivot points on the ES there. There's a pivot at the 150s. There's a pivot at the 141s, and then a pivot up here at the 67s. The ES also trending higher right now, pushing up here after hitting the lows overnight here, and pretty kind of steep incline on that kind of push up there, but still the ES with a kind of downward trend, very similar to the NASDAQ as well here. That high of day on Friday on the ES there at the 60s. So 160 high of day on Friday. Right now we're at the 154s. We'll see what happens here. But the pivot points to think about, that 51 pivot point, the 41 pivot, and the 66 pivot here on the ES. So it's always Monday morning, first day of the week, waking up, getting on the schedule, getting it working, getting the body going, getting the eyeballs and everything, just time to make some money. All right, all right, all right, all right. Right now, going into open right now here, we got about 5 minutes bouncing off that trend line here, going into open. Will we push up there above that 100 area here on the NASDAQ today? The ES needing to push above this 57 area, but then that resistance right there at the 60s. So that 160 area going to be key level there on the ES here at open. The NASDAQ right now pulling back here. We got the V-Wap on the NASDAQ. V-Wap on the NASDAQ right now there at the 60s. So do we touch the V-Wap here at open and then start to push up? The $1 million question. The $1 million question. Right now, the MACD bearish on the 1 minute chart, on the 3 minute chart. 3 minute chart going into open here. MACD also bearish. So we got a sell signal here on the 3 minute chart, a sell signal on the 1 minute chart right now. We got the V-Wap down there at the 60s going into open here. Let's see how this plays out. 2-minute chart also sell signals there. So a couple little sell signals here, a couple little sell signals. That 70 area right now on the NASDAQ needing to hold, I would say, going into open here, and then we'll see what happens. Right now I'm breaking down here on the 2-minute chart, the 1-minute chart, and the 3-minute chart. The 2-minute chart got the MACD crossed up there. And like I said, that overall downtrend, that overall downtrend on the hourly chart holding us down right now, showing us that resistance for the hourly chart. So going into open here, just kind of waiting and watching like always. Just wait and see what happens once the market opens up here. No rush, no you know, no rules that you have to place a trade right away or anything crazy or any of that fun stuff here. Any of that fun stuff. Don't need to do none of that fun stuff. Just need it nice and easy, baby. Nice and easy. No rush, no rush. Two minutes. Right now, that 70 area trying to hold up here on, you see the 2-minute chart on the NASDAQ right now. Going into open here, the ES liquidity there at the 54s, liquidity down there at the 48s on the ES right now, and to the upside, that 50, 60, 58, 60 area there on the ES right now. The NASDAQ got the 70s down there to the upside, 87 there on the book map right now. So we got about 30 seconds till the market opens. 30 seconds. If you guys haven't hit that like button, you know what to do. We got 262 likes. Go for 500 likes here. Blow it up, baby. Come on. Going to be watching the 70 level here at open. Do we hold the 70s and want to start squeezing up there towards that overnight? I want to say overnight high, but this high, recent high there at the 13,100 area. If we can hold the 70s. Here we go. Market is now open for business. Market is open for business here, people. Right now, the market pulling back there into the 65s, trying to hold the 70 level. Will they want to push it up off the 70s here? V-Wap there right now at the 60s on the NASDAQ. So V-Wap at the 60s here. And squeeze up there to the 80s. Still holding here at the 70s right now. Looking to see if we can push up there through the 80s. But 21 EMA there on the 1 minute chart. They're holding us down. 2 minute chart, the 80s right now. 13,080 level here on the NASDAQ. Got the V-Wap down there at the 62s right now. V-Wap at the 62s. The NASDAQ trying to hold here at the 70s, but right now selling down there to the V-Wap. All the way down there to the V-Wap now. You got the pivot points on the QQQ getting tested. And that pivot point on the NASDAQ not holding up there at the 65s right now. See what happens here at the V-Wap now. So right now, bouncing there off the V-Wap beautifully, back up there to the 70s. Will they have enough power to push it? That 13,080 area here, need to get through that. And then after that, you got that push up there towards the 13,100 right now. On the book map, trying to push up there. 80s, squeezing up there 81s. See if we can go all the way up here towards that 90 level. 85s right now on the book map here. And get through that, and then you're off to the races up there towards that 100 area right now. 85, 90s pushing up there. Market just squeezing right now up there to the 90s. See if we can push up there through the 90s. Like I said, we're looking for that 70 area to hold here this morning, and right now pushing up there towards that 90 level. Beautiful little move here. We'll just keep going. Kind of convincing little push up through there right now. So got to get through 95s and then up there towards that 13,100 level strong. Right now, pushing. Beautiful move so far here, up there to the 90s. Wowzers, all the way to the hundreds now. Let's go, baby. Let's go. That's exactly what we wanted to see there happen. We got the V-Wap bounce. We got the push back up there quickly. The bulls are back in control. The V-Wap held there on the dot. We are looking for that 70 area V-Wap to hold. Getting this little squeeze up there and locking in some beautiful profits so far here. Up there, 13,100 right now. I think that key level here, now we can try to push up there towards Friday's high. Friday's high there at the 13,120. So Right now, pulling back here. Got the 83, got the 21 EMA down there at the 83s. This is going to be a key level. We got to get through this level if we want to obviously go higher. That 100, 120 level. Market trying to push up here through the 100s again. 13,100 is pushing right up through there. Currently long for this push up here through the 100 strong 110, 111 area. Get filled there. Should try to get through 110 right here. Nope. Almost. Trying to get this break through the 110 strong. Tapping 110s, tapping it 109s. And watching it here. I'm going to take profit right there and just not getting through the 110s quickly. It might still do it, but we'll take it. On the day right now, we're up $2,300 here in the express funded accounts there. You can see so far today, locking in there it is through the 11s now, $2,376. So $5,000 here in the first 7 minutes of market open. Like I said, we were looking for that push off of the 70s, now up there above the hundreds. Market's still pushing up here all the way to the 20s now. A lot of love it. That was that move we were looking for right there through the hundreds. The bulls are back, baby. The bulls are back. Now we got that 22 area resistance from Friday. There's a pivot point up there towards the 50s. 47 here on the NASDAQ right now. 47 being the pivot point next up there. So will they push it all the way through the 20s? Test that pivot point. You never know. $1 million question here. Nice little push up there towards that high, though, that 120 from Friday high. We talked about that already. We already knew that was very much in play today. If we held that 70 area here at open, that V-Wap, we got the squeeze up there. Bang, 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 baby. Bang, bang, bang. And right now trying to get up there. That Friday high there at the 22s. Right now sitting at the 18s here. You can see a lot of liquidity stacking up there in the 20s right now on the book map here. Will we squeeze all the way through there next? The $1 million question. Right now, probably looking maybe possible pullback here. A little too much, a little too quick. That 120 area needs a little bit more power to get through right now. Market on a mission right now, looking like to break through that 20 area here. Oh my God. That was amazing. Right to the 30s there. It can't stop. It won't stop. It's going, it's just got to go right to that pivot. It's just like, hey, I want that pivot point today, baby. There's a market pivot point up there, 13,147 pivot up there. So let's see. The ES through that 160 area we talked about earlier on the book map now, trying to push up there through that 160 area. The NASDAQ pushed up there to the 130s currently. All right, all right. What a time to be alive here, my friends. $6,000 basically this morning so far. I'm fucking wired in right now, boys and girls. Wired in. Money, 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 money. And right now, push up there through the 30s, trying to push to the 30s here. That pivot point at the 47s. Pivot point at the 47s here on the book map right now, or on the 15-minute chart pivot point up there. What a explosion, though. The squeeze is so real. The squeeze is real, baby. Expecting a little bit of a pullback here, probably. I've been saying that now, but we just keep going higher here, but would be thinking there's a pullback coming here. Right now, the NASDAQ pulling back there into the 20s and ramping up once again here. Will they push it through the 30s all the way up there to that pivot point, 47 pivot point here on the NASDAQ now? Once again, back up there to the 30s quickly, just like that. Thing is ripping higher. That 33 high there needs to break through. And then you got that pivot point up there at the 47s. Can they continue to squeeze higher? Be careful buying these tops over and over. Just gotta, you know, be mindful of the fact that we just went from the 70, 60 area there at open and then squeeze right up there. Just, you know, thinking about that now. Do they got to get it above 30 again to try to push that high or that pivot point, the 47s. But right now, looking a little top heavy here. That 140 area on the book map right now, 140 pivot point, 147 pivot point up there. So on the book map right now, that 30 area holding us down, and then 36s over that 45s here on the NASDAQ. You got the liquidity on the ES up there at the 66s still. So liquidity to the upside here. Big old fair value gap here on the 15-minute chart, obviously. Market chopping here at the 30s. Will they squeeze it all the way through? Wowzers, come on. Let's see. That high so far, 34 high so far. Now pushing back up there towards the 30s one more time. Will they take it all the way to the 40 pivot, 47 pivot up there? Just tapping 30s, getting really tight right here, tapping that 30 level. Just keep tapping 30s here, tapping 30s. And getting stuck there at the 30s again. Looks like possibly pull back here into the kind of 100 area again. 15's on the book map right now on the NASDAQ here. 15's sitting there looking like it wants to get touched. And then after that, 107 down there. So pulling back here into the teens again. Kind of expected a pullback here. We got that fair value gap being like right in the middle of that 15-minute candle down to like the 13,100 area. In theory, we should try to pull back 13,100 area here. If you think about technical analysis. Technical analysis, you know that technical analysis stuff? You know, that's the theory here. We break through that 15 level and then touch down there to the 105s next. 15's again getting touched. And right now, pulling back here into the 21 EMA. Just kind of watching the price action right now. If we're going to get a reversal here off the 21. There on the 1 minute chart. Nice little move there at open for both the ES and the NASDAQ, bouncing off the V-Wap and just going straight to the moon, baby. You got to love that V-Wap bounce. We've seen that happen a few times the last few weeks where you just get that dip down at open. Market starts selling, you find the V-Wap, and then you rip to the upside. So you gotta love it. Market still having trouble right here at the 120 area. After that, possibly going again towards the highs. Let's see. Still think maybe a little bit deeper of a pullback here down to that 100 area flat. The V-Wap right now down there at the 80s. So 13,080 area V-Wap. V-Wap pretty far down there. And right now down there to the 100 area, that 105 still on the book map there. Market needs to get, the NASDAQ needs to get back above 13,120 for the bulls to start thinking again. But right now, just pulling back here. On the book map right now, again, that 105 area trying to hold up there. That's right where that 21 EMA is. Will the bulls start to push here? Get back over that 120 area, things get interesting, but right now, just kind of waiting to see if the bulls can push back above 120. 13,120 here on the NASDAQ. The ES, bunch of liquidity sitting there at the 66s, 65, 66 area on the book map here. Right now, looking pretty hot there at the 66s. Dollar kind of pulling back here. The ES trying to push up there. NASDAQ, not much really going on. Got the 125s there, but looking clear for takeoff again. They can get this back over that 120, get that breakout here of this downward trend right now, just kind of trending lower. Right here on the 2-minute chart, like I said, looking at that 120 area, get back above the 120s here on the NASDAQ. Things can start to get interesting for a pushback to the high of day, but right now, just in this downward trend. Right now, we're trying to hold at the 21 EMA on the 2-minute chart right now. Let's see if they're going to be able to push this back above a 120 on this candle back up. MACD bearish right now on the 1-minute chart. It's bullish here on the 3-minute chart, bearish on the 1-minute chart. So 1-minute chart needing to get that explosion to push that MACD up here through the 20s. Again, getting stuck there at the 25s. I think that's because the MACD just not being turned up here right now. Need that MACD to turn up, baby. And looking like possible pushback up there into the 30s if we just get through 25s next, obviously. Trying to push up there through the 25s again, but a little bit of trouble here on the book map right now. Holding us down there at 25s. And market pulling back here again into the 105s. Just kind of watching here, seeing what this price action is doing at this level right now. Kind of a key level here. Are we going to hold here and try to push back up? Now that 25 resistance there from earlier that we just encountered. The battle is real right here. This is a key level to watch here. Are they going to be able to push it up, hold this level, or sell down? Pulling back there, 13,100 now. The QQQ bouncing off the V-Wap right there. V-Wap on the NASDAQ still at the 80s. Got that big liquidity just came in there at the 13,120 area. You see that big liquidity just popped up there on the book map. That wasn't there earlier. 73 contracts here at the 120 now. And market pulling back here, still into the 96s. Looking like 90s coming up here on the NASDAQ. There's 90s. We're going all the way to the V-Wap, baby. They said, we're going to the V-Wap today. We're going to touch the V-Wap, V-Wap. V-Wap, wop, 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 V-Wap. We have not had a green candle on the QQQ 3-minute chart for the last, we had one little green doji candle, but pretty much since the high, we've just been sell, sell, sell. So no real reason to do anything other than wait for a reversal here. We had the MACD crossed up there on the 1-minute chart. We talked about that being bearish, and there's that move down still. The V-Wap almost getting touched there. 81 V-Wap, the low so far here, 85. What a nice little dump back down here. Down there to the V-Wap basically now. Let's see what happens here at the V-Wap area. 80s on the V-Wap down there. I think a little bounce here off the V-Wap possible. Let's see. Some action trying to come in here right now at the V-Wap on the NASDAQ. That 80 level trying to hold up here. Up there to the 90s now. Nice little pushback up there. NASDAQ just kind of chopping around here at the 80s. Still selling down here. Wowzers. Man. That reversal came strong. I'm not going to lie. I wish I would have capitalized a little bit more off this reversal here. We talked about that reversal. Very possible reversal. It's just hard to go from being bull, 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 and then all of a sudden just being like, oh, it's going to reverse and pull back all the way back to the open here, you know? But there it is now down there to the 72s through the V-Wap here. We got a pivot point coming up on the QQQ. We got a pivot point on the NASDAQ at the 65s here. 65 pivot point. The QQQ, 15 minute, 5 minute, it's all the same. Doesn't really matter. Anything under 15 minutes is going to be the same time frame. So I normally look at the 3 minute chart on the QQQ, but it doesn't matter. Anything under 15 minutes is going to have the same pivot points. Basically, any time frame under 15 minutes is going to have the same pivot points. 15 minute, 5 minute, 3 minute, 1 minute, same pivots. Right now, pushing back up there to the V-Wap area. Will that V-Wap turn into resistance here? V-Wap, just watching this V-Wap area, see what's gonna go on with this V-Wap. That V-Wap, V-Wap, V-Wap. Got the sell signal on that last candle when we broke through the V-Wap there, so. See if they're gonna sell this through the 70s. Right now, V-Wap acting as resistance there. Right now, it's kind of going sideways here at the 70 level. Between 70 and 80 here. We got that pivot point on the NASDAQ at the 65s now. So will they sell down there 65s next? That 70 area holding up right now. This is that area from earlier that we bounced off of and went to the moon. Right now, just holding up there. Right below the V-Wap right now. Market showing some strength, pushing back up here now. Holding that 70 level. That was that key level from earlier. Let's see what happens here. On the book map right now, liquidity sitting there at 13,100 area. And trying to maybe possibly push up there 13,100 here on the NASDAQ again. Bunch of liquidity sitting up there, so a little retracement. There's that push through the 95s. Right now, the QQQ hitting that V-Wap on the Qs. Got denied right there at the V-Wap. And selling back down here. 70s point of control. Get through that 70 level, and then we touch that pivot point, I think, down there. 65s or lower. And down there so far, 67 bounced off the 67s. That pivot point on the NASDAQ, 65 down there. They're holding up down there at the 80s right now. And now back up there towards the 90s. Kind of looks like it might be a chop zone here for a little bit. It's going sideways here between 70 and 80. Thinking of maybe possibly push up there 13,100 area again. We got denied kind of at 95 earlier. Will they want to push it up there again? 95 on the book map here. And then after that, the 100s, 13,100 area. Get over that 13,100 area. Things get interesting for the bulls. Get back above the V-Wap on the QQQ. And then you got that pivot point on the QQQ up there at the 318. So let's see what happens here if they're going to try to run this back up. Right now, the QQQ bouncing off the lows, pushing up there to the V-Wap right now, but they got to get above 95 here. That 95 area needs to get broken. Get through 95 and then try to push up there quickly towards that 13,100 area. Pushing back up here. '95s. Again, that 95 area acting as resistance there. Break over 95, push up there towards the hundreds, and then see what happens after that. '95 resistance holding us down there on the NASDAQ right now. On the QQQ, that V-Wap right there. So the point of control here on the ES at the 61, 62 level holding us down right now. On the ES 62s there. The NASDAQ trying to get back above the V-Wap here. And try to push up there through the 90s. Going from like red to green right now on the day. Flashing red to green here. This is that moment of truth. Will we have a red day, a green day? Market is stuck here at the 90s. That QQQ just right there at the V-Wap. So it needs to get through the V-Wap, that 316.80 area on the QQQ, and then we break this 95 level on the NASDAQ on the futures here. But right now, just getting tight there at the V-Wap on the QQQ. So that 316.80 area, trying to get the break through it. Get that breakthrough 95, and then try to push up there towards the hundreds. 13,100 in sight right now. 93, 95, 95, 95, 95. 95 is pushing up there. There's that push up there to the 100, 13,100. 13,100. Can we push through the hundreds next? That's that 15, top of that 15-minute candle. That last previous 15-minute candle is going to be right there at the close, or the open, I guess. at this level. So that'll be the high there through that 13,100 area, and then you can start possibly getting bullish here again. Market having trouble right here at the hundreds. Get that break through the 13,100, then things get, I think, a little interesting here. Market still showing some strength here to maybe possibly push through that hundreds, but let's see what happens here. You can see we're back above the V-Wap here, back above the 21 EMA. We got the MACD being bullish here on the 1 minute chart, on the 2 minute chart. MACD just crossed up there. You can see possible kind of idea of pushing up through the hundreds, up there again to the 120s here on the NASDAQ. After saving the V-Wap there, we saved the V-Wap. V-Wap getting held up there, so can we push up there through the hundreds now? You got that 110, 120 area kind of as a target here for the NASDAQ to push up. On the ES right now, you got 66s and then 170. 170 really heavy there on the ES book map. 4,170. Is that a sign? A sign for a target here? $1 million question. $13,100 acting as resistance here on the NASDAQ. Right now, market pulling back here again. We got the V-Wap down there at the 82s. 82 V-Wap here on this move. In trouble. Trouble there at the 13,100 area on the NASDAQ right now. Kind of need to hold this 90 level for the bulls. Or we're going to get down there to the V-Wap again, and then we could possibly break the V-Wap again. Let's see. The dollar just popped up here as well, so. And moving down there, V-Wap. V-Wap with the 81s here. Had some news come out there at 10:30. Will this push it above 100? 13,100 area, key level right now. Just can't get going here. So right now, just not looking too hot for the bulls. They needed to push through that 13,100 area. V-Wap there at the 81, 82 level. Right now, a little dumpy down there to the V-Wap again. V-Wap right now holding up there on the NASDAQ. Will they break it through the low down there at the 70s coming up next? If we break through the V-Wap here on the book map right now, just keep testing that V-Wap here. Just testing that V-Wap here. The dollar selling off right now. Will that bring the market up? Oh, this is great. We had that beautiful move this morning, and then we got now about an hour, well, 30 minutes of just sideways action here at the V-Wap. If you guys have already hit that like button, blow up the like button. Thank you very much. Let's go. Market below the V-Wap here again. The NASDAQ. Let's see if we're going to start to sell down here. There's a bunch of liquidity sitting there at the 75s right now on the book map. And then maybe possibly that 65 area, that pivot point down there. 65 pivot point here on the NASDAQ now. The QQQ dumping. The NASDAQ dumping here. Down there, the 65s. So let's go. 64, 63s coming up there. 60s all the way. Nice little move down there. Should be able to move down to the 50s next through the 60s. Possibly even like 42s here on the NASDAQ if it keeps selling. Down there into the 50s now. Almost 55, 56s here. Some crazy price action right now. And there's that move into the 46s there. Beautiful. Got the sell signal there from the 90s down there to the 50s now. Let's go. Let's go. Down there, 45. Still going. 40s coming up. She's dumping. If you guys have already hit that like button, help me out. Blow up that like button. Let's get 600 likes here on the stream. Down there, the 43s now. Wowzers. The dump is real. Still just going. Look at it. Oh my God. Down there to the 30s now. Three-minute chart. Everything kind of showing that breakdown to the downside there. There's that sell-off all the way down there to the 40s now. 38s down there. Roosters are crowing. The roosters are crowing. Oh. Somebody turned on the sell. They said, "Hey, sell it down, baby. Sell it down." Look at that move. No forgiveness here, they said. We're going downtown. So the problem now is we obviously don't want to be trying to short here at the bottom of this move. There's support here, 25, 26 level from earlier this morning. So you don't want to sell at the bottom, or you don't want to short right at the bottom. That's a no-no. No, my friends. You don't want to short at the bottom. So let's see what happens here. If we push back up, get another short opportunity. We need to basically push back up here and then find some resistance and then look for kind of the short play here. Right now, a little pushback up there into the 40s. What a 15-minute candle right there is. Just look at that thing. 15-minute chart here. What's funny is we kind of drew that little rising wedge. We drew that pre-market. You saw that we got tight and tight right inside that wedge there here on the 15-minute chart, and then that big break to the downside through there. So wild. Right now bouncing here off of that 26, 25 level. Thinking there's probably a good chance to kind of push back up here a little bit before selling down again. Just naturally needing a little pushback up here. Market's still just weak here. Got the 17s on the book map there. 17s down there. Will we sell down to the teens? 13,000 teens. We're still selling. Can't stop, won't stop, they said. Oh. Down there to the 17s now. On the ES, we're still going. NASDAQ, ES, it's 47s there. We got the liquidity on the NASDAQ down there at the 13s right now. 13s flat, basically. Market trying to break all the way to the downside here. I think we could go all the way to the 13,000. Ay, ay, ay. On the book map right now, a bunch of liquidity sitting down there, 13,000. Kind of waiting, being patient here, seeing what happens next. Where do we go next? There's a big old fair value gap on that 15-minute chart here, so possibly kind of like pushing back up to the 40s here on the NASDAQ. Right now, the NASDAQ pushing back up here. If we look at the hourly chart right now, we pulled back into this support level. The next support really is not till like down here in the 82s, the bottom of that channel putting us down there in the 40s, 940s. So if we continue lower through here, we hit that bottom of that channel, you're looking at like 950, 940s possible. So well, let's see what happens. Will they sell it all the way downtown? We push back up there 25s now. The roosters just won't stop crowing. Roosters won't stop crowing. If you guys have already hit that like button, subscribe button, you know what to do. We're live right here, 9:15 a.m. already making some money today, baby. Bouncing around here at the 20s right now on the NASDAQ. Will they dump it down here again through the 13,000s? On the book map right now, we've got liquidity at the 30s, liquidity down there at the 02s. Which one will win the battle? Who's more powerful? The Bears or the Bulls? From this level, the $1 million question. The Bulls right now trying to push it back up there. 25 resistance here from just earlier now. Trying to push back up there. $30 liquidity on the book map right now. Wanting to push it back up here. Got the 21 EMA at the 40s on the 1 minute chart. 40s, 21 EMA there. Will they push it back up into the 30s here? 37 on the book map through the 30s there. 38's possible. Iceberg buyer popping up there. 50 contracts just got filled. Bunch of funky business going on right here at the 20s. Look at all those iceberg orders popping up there. Somebody's playing around with it. They're playing around with it there at the 20s. And now dumping back down here. Look at all those iceberg orders. Got the O2s down there on the book map. Will the O2s get touched? The MACD bearish on the 3-minute chart. MACD bullish right now on the 1-minute chart here. Trying to hold up here at the 20s right now. And on the road to 30 again. 30 sitting there, and then after that 37's up there next. So see if they'll push it back above 30s now. $25 resistance on the NASDAQ right now, getting stuck there. Just basically going sideways here at the 20s now, possibly setting up for that next leg lower, but a lot of just funky stuff going on here, iceberg orders and all kinds of, look at that, just like some crazy choppiness. I like to see this break below 20 and head down there to the 13,000s flat. Get that 20-point move to the downside here. But right now, just holding up here at the 25, 20 area. And back up there to the 30s here, 37s, 38s, possible to push up there, 40s on the book map right now. Get through this 30 level. '30s right now acting as resistance there. And just chopping around here. Going sideways basically at the 20s again. Give you all love. Still going sideways here. Overall momentum still pointing down. I think if we can start to really sell through here, we get through that 13,000 level. And then we got that 13,008, 13,008 pivot point. So through that, there's a good chance of going down there into the 80s. Looking here at the 15-minute chart, that low from the overnight is 82s. So 82s down there from the overnight 80 area. If we can get through the 13,000s, but that 20 area being stubborn right now, wow. They kind of held that bottom down there for now on that 3-minute, 2-minute chart. Got those icebergs playing around again here at the 1820 level. They're not giving it up that easy today. They said, nope, not happening. Not just going to sell straight down there. We're going to pop it back up here, maybe chop it around a couple more times. Make sure everybody's getting screwed over, getting stopped out before going lower. Dollar popping up right here. Market right now holding up there at 13,015 area on the NASDAQ. The ES got 45 down there. Liquidity wise. Both the NASDAQ and the ES just kind of chopping here. Market still just chopping around here, looking like it's setting up for another move down, but as of right now, still just chopping sideways here off the 20s on the NASDAQ right now. It's kind of holding up there at the 20s. Like to see this thing break through that 13,000 area down there to the 80s next. So get through 15s here. Got liquidity down there at the 05s on the NASDAQ right now. Got the MACD still bearish on the 3-minute, but bullish on the 1-minute, 2-minute. Trying to push back up here on the 2-minute right now. So we need to start selling here to get those MACDs dropping here through that 13,000 level next. Definitely looking like it wants to sell, but we've been at this level for the last 20 minutes, 30 minutes bouncing here. There's that pivot point at the 13,008 level. So through that 13,008 level, I think there's a good chance to kind of test that overnight, or actually Friday low. Friday low was down there at the 84s. Friday low 84 area. So if we sell through 13,000, right now just chopping here, 15s. There's a pivot point as well on the QQQ right there at the 314, 60 area, 70 area. It's kind of holding it up right now. And they bounce it back up. Point of control right now here at that 20 level. A lot of volume traded here at the 20s. MACD trying to cross here on the 1 minute chart, starting to curl, starting to do a little roll off here. Down to that 15 area again. Well, they finally get some momentum to get through here. Liquidity down there at 13,000 on the NASDAQ right now, acting as a magnet. 05, 13,000 down there. Still holding up. Still holding up there at the 15s. Iceberg buyer right there for a second. Dump this thing, baby. Just dump it. Let's do something. Let's go through the 13s down there to the 80s. That'd be just like wee, 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 wee. Down there, the 06s. See, we go all the way. Well, they sell it all the way through 13s. 06 is getting tapped. We broke that pivot point, that 08 pivot point. Now we got to get through this 13,000 level. That's going to be a key level here on the NASDAQ and on the QQQ right there. 314.68 pivot point on the QQQ here as well. So a lot of stuff going on here support-wise right now. '06 is down there, and then 13,000 next on the NASDAQ. On the ES, you got 45, and after that, 40's down there. 40 liquidity on the ES now. The NASDAQ, 13,000 liquidity sitting there. If they can sell through here. Down there, the 05s. Oh, through 02s, 13,000. Getting touched here. See if we get through that 13,000 level. Down there, 95s next. There's 102 contracts sitting there at 13,000. The QQQ selling through here. The NASDAQ bouncing 13 right there. Trying to get through 13,000 strong here. Little tap of that 13,000 area. We got low 999. 999.25. Little pushback up here now. They're popping it back up off that key level here. Going to take more selling pressure to get through that 13,000 area. And right now, kind of searching for that 20 area again, looks like. Wow. This went straight back up on us, didn't it? From the 13s back up to the 20s now. Point of control there at the 20s. And just squeezing all them shorts. They're squeezing all them shorts there. Bunch of liquidity sitting there at the 20s right now. Will that be resistance and start to sell us back down here? Like to see us break below that 13,000 area. Just sitting there right now. I think it's like you're sitting there. Other than that pivot point here at the 13,008, I don't really see any reason to just stop right there. I think we can still go lower here. And that 13,008 again bouncing right there back up. Oh, 06s, 05s. Looking for this break below 13,000. If we can get it strong, just get this move down there into the 90s. We're sitting right there at that pivot point on the QQQ. There's that pivot point right there at the 08s as well on the NASDAQ here. So some pivot point support here right now. MACD trying to cross bearish here on the 1 minute chart. 2 minute chart still holding up there. 3 minute chart looking a little choppy on the MACD, but that 13,000 area in sight now. In sight, 13,000. We get through 13,000, you think that 92 area is sitting down there. So right now, the ES, same thing, 45, 44, and then down there to the 40s on the liquidity. Just holding up down there, though. It's kind of holding up here right now at that pivot point on the QQQ. Got to get through 13,000 strong and then move down there into the possibly 90-80 area, I think. Both the ES and the NASDAQ trying to, I think 140 would be a good target on the ES here. 146 is right now on the ES there. The NASDAQ, just break that through that 13,000 level, and I think it's a quick sell down. But we just got to get through 13,000 here. Just going to need more pressure to get through that 13,000 level, that key level here. And then it's just a wash to the downside. 13,000 again getting tapped right there. Will they break through it? 90 down there right now on the book map here. Trying to break through the 13,000s. They're selling. There's some volume coming in. They need to break right through there right now. We don't want to get the hold up there. Want to break. With that spike in volume there, we need to sell through there. There we go. 98s, 97s. Keep that volume going to the downside. Keep the parties going. Don't want any bounces down here, because then you could just get another quick little squeeze back up there. We want this thing just sell. We don't like this. I don't like this bouncing. We want to get right through 96s. Down there 95, 92s, and then into the 90s. Quickly. 92 is almost getting touched here. Trying to see if I can get that move down here into the fucking 90s or the 80s, I say. We'll squeeze right back up there again. Oh, they like that level. Back up there to the pivot points again. The chop. Why? And we push back up. Oh, man. Oh, man, oh, man. Oh, man, oh, man. I'm still short from the 24s. I'm looking for this move down below 90s. I think there's, you know, still room to drop here. So just letting this thing ride. Basically stop at break even now. So we'll see what happens. I think there's still potential to move lower. I just like don't want to keep chasing this thing. I feel like if I cover, then it's going to end up going lower and I end up chasing it. So I'd rather just stick to my plan here. Stick to the plan, baby. If you guys haven't already hit that like button, let me go. Sage is taking his ice tires off. What the fuck is an ice tire? What's ice? Never heard of it. All we have is sand here in Hawaii. Market holding up there at the 13,000 area right now, just kind of chopping around here. Maybe it sells down still, but look at this is what we wanted earlier. From the 90s down there to the they got a 90-point move on that drop earlier, and now we're just grinding lower here. Just absolutely grinding. Just grinding here. Get that one beautiful move and then just the grinder afterwards. $13,000's trying to hold up right now. That 13,000 level has been a key kind of level here, so. Watching here on the book map right now, possibly kind of pushing back up there to 1520 level on the NASDAQ here. Let's see. A lot of stuff going on right now here at this level. That pivot point right there at the 08s as well. 08 pivot point here on the NASDAQ. Will that turn into resistance here? $13,000 brick wall of China right now holding up there. So if we get below that 13,000 area again, I think we can start to sell. We just need more selling pressure. People trying to buy this dip here off 13,000, creating more sellers once we break back through it. People having their stops there at 13,000 now. So Let's see if we can sell through 13s. The low of day so far, 93. $99s. Getting a decent amount of support down here right now. Just need to get through this. Buyers keep stepping up, wanting to hold it here at the 13,000s. We need sellers stepping in, wanting to sell here. Looking for this move down into the 80s. 85s on the book map there. See that possible break below that low there so far. 93s and then down into the 80s next. That low of day getting tested there. 93s. Trying to get this move through that 93 level, looking for 80. I'll take 87.25 here. If we can sell through that low of day, we should tap that 87 area. There's that 90 sell. Let's go 87s, baby. Still trying to get through there. Trying to get this break through the 90s, 90s, 92s again. Just sitting right there at the 90s now again. Where are the sellers at? Come on, sellers. We want 80s. Through the 90s. Through the 90s. Go, go, go. Oh, God. Holding up there, 91.50 low of day. Get through 91s into the 80s next. Can we get it? Come on, baby. Oh, man. 90 low. 90.75 the low so far. Just keep tapping that 90 level here. No breaky 90 right now. You got that pivot. There we go. Getting filled. 87.50. Beautiful. All right. All right. So like I said, I was sticking to my plan there. Getting filled 87.25 on that short. My plan was to short earlier there at the 24s. We talked about the idea of keeping that going. You can see my short right there, 24.75. My stop was here at the 31s. And it just took some time. Took some time there, but we got it. That 40-point move, what we're looking for. There it goes all the way through the almost 83, 84 now. So there's that move we were looking for. We knew it would go lower once I covered. It was guaranteed, but just locking it in there. I kind of fucked up myself, or somehow I don't know how I did this, but somehow you can see I had in one of my express funded accounts, I had an order open on one of them. I had the trade copier, but I'm not sure why it didn't cancel the order. I didn't see the order was open, so I ended up losing $1,000 on a trade that I didn't even know that I was in. Had to stop there and it got filled, and then yeah, I don't know why. That's the only. It's definitely a little buggy sometimes, the trade copier. I check positions, but I don't know. Yeah, just I press cancel all. I press cancel all. I press cancel all. Market's still selling down here into the 80s. 85 low so far. You got 80 liquidity down there on the book map right now. Will they sell it all the way down there into the 80s there? Looking a little dumpy here. Down there to the 80s, just like that. Ding, ding, ding. Well, that's on the day right now. I'm up 2,700 plus, well, yeah, so both of those accounts combined, they're 2,700 in the step 2 account, and then the 2 express accounts, 2,750 in the express. The problem is you can't trade the express funded account and the step 2 account on the same trade copier. It won't let you, because you can't put them into the same group. It'll just be like, it can't. When you go to manage the groups, like if you put step 2 account in the trade copier, it won't work, or it wasn't working. Yeah, see? Oh, now it works. Does it work now? It wasn't working the other day. I mean, now is it going to work? It's weird. Let's see, is it working now? Yeah, so it's not working. It doesn't work. Doesn't work for some reason. Tradeovate says that you can't, I don't know, it won't let you put the express funded account with a combine account to do the trade copier, which is kind of annoying because I need to get that step 2 account funded, and I'm over here trying to manually trade the express funded account and then trade the express, and then also trade the step 2 account as well. Also, if you're using Topstep, you're using whatever Trade whatever program you're using, what I would suggest, number one thing you should always do here is see how it says cancel all. Whenever you're done trading, just hit that cancel all button as many times as possible. Like I would just being like, I literally just hit it everywhere. I'm like, cancel all, cancel all. I just hit every cancel all I can. And that should get rid of any possible open orders. So just a little tip. If you're using Trade hit that cancel all button over and over and over. I do it at least 10 times just to guarantee there's no way there's an order open, right? But, well, I guess I had that issue. Fuck, I had that issue today. All right, all right. Down there to a low of 80, that was our target. So I'm pretty happy with that. I don't like that we're just grinding lower right now. Maybe we go lower. But just kind of grinding lower here through the 80s now. Possibly after that, there's not much going on in terms of support down here. So there's the pivot point all the way down there at the 12,925, which is pretty far down. If they can't hold this 80 level, there's really not much. Maybe 64, 60 area being next target. But it sucks because it's like, it's just this battle, right? Like for almost what, an hour, we had to sit here and like basically hold on to that short. When this move here went from, that was happened in 10 minutes, from the 90s down there to the 20s in 10 minutes. I like that 90 point move in 10 minutes. Give me that type of action, baby. The worst is when you get an hour of just like, we're going lower, we're grinding, but it's just like mentally it's hard. It's hard because you're just like sitting there and you're in the short, you're like going from red to green, and you're like, fuck. You keep seeing you're up $1,000, then you're down to break even, then you're up $1,000, then you're back to break even, and then you're finally hitting your target. But it's definitely a tricky one. And there we go, almost through the 80s now. Almost through the 80s, 75s there. And still going lower down there to the 78s now. All right. Kind of butthurt about that trade copier issue. It's $1,000 difference here. I see. I'd be totally fine just walking away right now, being up 20. What was that? 2,700 plus. Yeah, it would have been like close to $6,000 in profit. Been like, oh, I'll just walk away Monday. But now I'm like, well, I gotta get that extra $1,000. I gotta get that $1,000. But I don't. That's just emotion, right? That's just emotion that I don't want to bring into my trading right now. So I think it might be better just to kind of walk away. It's 11:52 right now. Maybe we just walk away and live to fight another day. We'll see. But right now, market trying to push back up here. Finding some support down there. The low so far, 77s here. Martin, check your other email, bro, because I think you paid with a different email. You used PayPal or whatever. Check both emails. You should have gotten an email as soon as you paid for the course. I sent an email to the support system, but well, it's Monday, so hopefully we'll get it figured out today. But check your email. I saw that your receipt showed a different email on it. I don't know for sure, but that might be the issue. Just check it for me, please. Market's still moving lower here, 75s right now. Oh. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. Coulda kept that short going, I guess. Would have been nice. That's short from the 120s earlier. That's always how it goes, though. If you don't take profit, then the market fucking starts bouncing back up. If you do take profit, then you miss out on the move. It's always something. It's always something. You're never gonna pick the exact bottom. You're never gonna buy. You know, it's just always something. Just how it is. Just how it is. Bunch of liquidity down there at the 62, 65 level on the NASDAQ right now. On the ES, you got liquidity at the 40s. And then after that, 35s down there on the book map here. So 35. If we break 40s next. Ugh. Bouncing around here at the 70s right now. Will this be the bottom for now? Or do they sell it all the way down there? On the book map right now, you got that 63 area down there. So that's all that liquidity down there. Will that act as a magnet and pull the market down here to the 63s on the NASDAQ through the 70s here? All that liquidity down there. Right now, bouncing off the 70s. You got the possible kind of push back up into the 80s looking like, I'd say. Some buyers trying to step up here, push it back into the 80s possible. Tapping 80s right there. 78s. got that 87 area, 86 level here on the book map. So that's kind of like right to the top of a previous little candle as well. So let's see if that's gonna want to push back up there, test that level, maybe another short opportunity here. If we push back into the 80s, get denied there. Some stops getting ran right there, 79s. '80s again, acting as resistance there. Back above the 80s, go to the 90s probably next. Watching this 80 level. Can we push through 80s here? Push up there to the 82, 83s. Looking for maybe 88 push here. If there's 88 to push to the 88s. Come on, baby, push it. 88, 88, 50s, 88, 88, 88, 88, 88, 88. Whew. You got to say it. If you say it enough, if you just say it over and over and over and over and over, it's got to get hit. It's like guaranteed. You got to, it's the universe needs to hear it. The universe needs to hear it. There's that push back up there to the 88s. Basically, the reason we're seeing that on the book map, all that liquidity sitting there at the 90s and thinking there's a good chance we just couldn't get through this liquidity down here. So what are we going to do? We're going to push back up, test liquidity to the upside, right? It's not a coincidence. It's not a secret here. People, if you're surprised, well, you're doing something wrong, my friends. And looks like 90s in sight now. The high for this little pushback up, 89 so far. If you guys haven't already hit that like button, help me out. Blow up that like button. We're live on YouTube every morning, 9:15 a.m. All right, so on the day right now, where are we at? On the day, we're up. Like I said, we basically gave back $1,000 because of that mistake in the trade copier, not canceling out my order, but we got $3,200 in step 2 account, and we got the $2,000 in one express funded account, $3,000 in the other. So $5,000 total here in the express funded accounts. I think definitely, like I said, a little frustrating to have that discrepancy there, but there we are into the 90s now, pushing back up here. We saw there on the book map, if you're wondering, how did he know that we were going to push back up into the 90s? Just like I said, that liquidity on the book map is pretty clear. All that liquidity down here, we just could not get through it. So, well, it makes sense that we're going to kind of push back up, test liquidity to the upside. And that's exactly where we're at now, 92s. So, shorts off the bottom getting squeezed as well. So it'll be interesting to see if they overshoot this support there. The low on that candle was 82.50. We obviously went down there to the 67s, but a lot of times they love to like overshoot areas of support. You know, you basically like trap the shorts below that area and then squeeze it back up. So we'll see what happens. That hourly chart sitting there right now, big fair value gap at the 42s. I know those, you know, I mean, we all know that those the hourly chart loves, you know, loves to get filled. It's kind of an imbalance, an area where there wasn't a lot of not a lot of consolidation, not a lot of price action, so the market just kind of drops right through those areas and leaves kind of those areas of imbalance. There wasn't the same amount of sellers as buyers kind of in that area battling it out. So there's a chance that we push back up there into the 40s here. Maybe we'll see. Maybe today. The V-Wap right now, V-Wap up there at the 54s. So V-Wap at the 50s, fair value gap at the 40s. I mean, I'm not gonna say it's gonna happen for sure, but that would be a scenario. That would definitely be a scenario, an opportunity if that plays out. So we'll see. I think right now I'm gonna be done. It's 12 o'clock. Better for me just to walk away, take my $5,000 in profit. It's funny because I posted on Twitter last night. I said, what are we going to make tomorrow? 5,000 or 10,000? And well, we found out. The funny thing is we at least hit one target, right? Like we at least made 5,000, which is still not a bad day. Not a bad day. Kind of laughing at the excuses that you see on Twitter. The expert traders on Twitter making excuses. Someone posted an excuse this morning saying that if they would have traded last week, they would have done it poorly. And saying that they know this is an advantage. Their advantage knowing that. I don't know about you guys, but I felt like last week was a ATM, a printing machine. It was almost too easy. Those gap fills last week. I mean, we know one of our key strategies is trading those gap fills. So I just don't know how anyone is. I don't know. I feel like the gap fill is honestly the best possible setup that you could ever get. For me personally, like when I see a gap fill on the chart, I'm like, oh baby. I get excited. I get real excited. Because I know that gaps love to get filled. You know? So it's not a coincidence. Not a coincidence. Look at the hourly chart as well. This is since Tuesday of last week. I mean, all you had to do, even if you didn't know where to buy, where to sell, was just draw this channel on the hourly chart, and it's pretty clear to see where you want to be trading. I mean, it's not fucking rocket science by any means. Where do you want to get short at? Well, you want to get short at the top of the channel. Where do you want to get long? You want to get long at the bottom of the channel. Where do you want to get short? Well, you want to get short at the top of the channel. Where do you want to get long? I mean, it might look easy in hindsight, but from an overall, you know, idea of which way the market's heading, I think it's, as long as you're trading within side of this channel, you know, trading this price action, the market moves in waves, pushes up, pushes down, pushes up, pushes down, pushes up, pushes down, down, up. So I know people are going to comment like, yeah, but it's easy in hindsight, but we've been trading this same exact channel since Tuesday of last week. So it's far from hindsight at this point. And then again today, kind of expecting again, like right here, look where we bounced at. We didn't get all the way to the bottom of that channel, but we basically bounced on the way down there. So All right, just kind of sitting back here, waiting and watching. I think I'm gonna be done in case something, unless something really gets going crazy right now, but possibly starting to move back down now after pushing up to the top of that kind of 95, 13,000 level. On the book map right now, liquidity there at the 76s. '80s again getting tested here. Yeah, I think I'm gonna be done. I'm gonna just walk away here. I don't want to push my luck. It's Monday. We got $5,000 in profit. What's the... Who are we trying to prove a point to? The fact that I'm even sitting here, like, I used to jump for fucking joy. If I made $6,000 in one day, I'd be running out of the house fucking naked right now. Running around the streets. Be running around the streets naked right now, screaming and yelling, I made money, 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 money. That's what you gotta think about. Like at some point in our life as a trader, or me personally, there was a point where if I would have made $6,000 trading in one day, I would be like, oh my God, this is the best day of my life, right? I'd be so excited. It's so funny because now I'm looking at it, I'm like, 6,000, that's all? That's all I made today, 6,000? That's all we made? Fuck, what a not even a good day. Like, so definitely funny. I mean, you guys, if you've been watching my live stream for the last few years, you would, yeah, I mean, you would be like, Patrick, are you kidding me? 2 years ago, you would be fucking taking your shirt off. You'd be dancing around. You'd be playing music, you know? So I think it's the greed, right? It's easy to get greedy. And then be like so focused on the fact of like, well, you know, I only made $6,000. I should have made $10,000. I should have made $15,000 today. I also could have lost money. So, you know, that's always something to think about as well. You know, it's easy to sit around in hindsight and be like, well, I coulda, shoulda, woulda, coulda happened, blah, blah, blah. But in general, you know, the big focus, as always, is making sure that we're hitting big winners, we're making money, and just keep doing that every day. The thing is, like right now, I'm only trading 2 trade copiers, so I'm only trading 2 accounts. If I get that third account, well, my $6,000 day would be a $9,000 day right now. So that's like, I got to think about that. Like I need to focus on getting that step 2 account. I have been kind of slacking on getting that one funded, so I need to get that third step 2 account. And then when I have 3 accounts, you know, using the trade copier times 3, that'll be sexy. So it's the ego. I know what it is. It's the ego, it's the emotion, it's all of it. It's just the greed, you know, wanting to put up big numbers. The funny part is like I know exactly, you know, what I kind of want to do and why I want to do it. I'm just like, I want to make $10,000 so I can post on Twitter. That's literally all it is. Like, it sounds fucked up, but it's the truth, you know? It's literally just fucking this mindset that I want to go post on Twitter and like tell people like, look, I made $10,000. So it's that's just the emotion of it, right? That's the emotion of it. We know like the emotion of it. So I'm pretty happy with that. I think I'm just gonna walk away. I'll leave the book map open for you guys, like we always do. I'll leave the book map open, leave the chat open for a few hours. I'm gonna go to the gym, and then I'll come back here later on. If you guys haven't already hit that like button, help me out, blow up that like button. It's free to like, baby. It's free to like. Oh God, how do I get it back on there? Oh no. Oh no. Oh, there it is, back. So big thank you for tuning in. Like always, supporting the channel. We're here every day live on YouTube. If you guys enjoy the live stream, like I said, please hit that like button. Help me help you. And yeah, pretty happy with that. Making some money today. Doing it with you guys. Hopefully everybody else is making money, money, money. And we're all happy, happy, happy. Money, 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 happy, happy, happy. Right? Money, money, happy, happy. It's my goal. My goal in life. Money, money, happy, happy. That's all I'm trying to do here. So pretty happy with that. Gonna walk away and be done. Take my profits and run away. No point in putting on more risk if I don't see the opportunities. So I'll leave the book map open for you guys, and I will talk to you guys tomorrow morning, 9:15 a.m. If you haven't already hit that like button, you know what to do. We'll be here doing it every day, baby. Right now, the market bouncing here off the 80s again. Well, let's see what happens. Do we sell down? Still kind of looking overall bearish, but might just be a little chop zone here for a little bit before making that next leg down. Peace to the Middle East. Oh, wrong one.